Well, let's see.
Hey
Hey everyone, I'm in the lower corner as I've already prepared things for the stream here. Let me see. Have I ever like set things up for proper webcams here? Let's see. Hey, that's not exactly what I wanted to do.
Yeah. The music down a little bit.
I mean, if I change that here, it should be fine, I guess. Let's see. Was that here? Yeah. Okay. So, is it going to change if I'm like if I change?
My glasses are highly reflective. Were they always this reflective?
Come again? Oh, your glasses.
I kind of noticed. Yeah, my glasses are like super reflective, or like my new glasses. Are they always this reflective? Let me check. Yeah, my previous glasses were not that bad, but now I like. Yeah, they're like. I look like I have like weird sunglasses. Oh, that's not ideal.
Huh. No, that looks kind of what it looks. That should be. Is it going to be okay? So that appears to be an element-wide thing. That's annoying. So I can either have it be proper for this, or I can have it big like that. Oh, anyway.
Yeah. Can you switch? I can't switch to your screen.
Yes, because it's not my screen. It's actually my webcam that is doing the thing.
Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Right. So now you've removed yourself. Can't have that.
Yeah.
Let's go side
if
by
you're
side.
going to share your screen, I was thinking.
I mean, I can, if you want to, I can add you to the stream through other means. And then we have only your audio come through here. I think I've even prepared some of it. Yes. Look at that. So I guess, hey everyone. For the first few minutes, I guess this is going to be how do I set up OBS for a fun stream.
Yeah.
So let's see. I'm going to add someone like create a room. And we're going to have I guess that will work. What is it? So I'm looking at Video Ninja and trying to Video Ninja. And I think if you go there, you can create a link that you can share with me. And that will stream your camera to me.
If I go to Video Ninja?
Yeah, let me share a link with you.
VDO.ninja.
Yeah.
And
I want
to create a room here. Or are you going
I
to give
think
me
add
a
your
room?
camera to OBS is good enough.
Add my camera to OBS.
And
Allow
you
it.
probably need to, like, I don't know how good the cam sharing works with macOS. Probably in here.
Yeti. And entrance. Add a password. Start. Okay. Now I have
Okay.
a link that
Now you
I
share the
give
link with
you.
me. And if I click on that, I see nothing yet. Yeah, when I click on play, I see the link. Say something.
Something.
Okay, so I also get your audio from that.
Let me.
No, it's fine for now. Let me add
mute.
it to here for now. Not sure how sensitive that link is, so let me do that off stream.
It does have the password in the URL.
Yeah, okay. So, let's see. What are we going to get? Yes, we see the video.
Okay.
And I
And-
also, I think,
Oh, the
don't
blurring
get
is
you
so cool.
multiple times.
Yeah, I've muted my the Video Ninja
Okay,
thing.
right.
Digital green screen.
So now I only need to figure out stuff and people can't see, or maybe can't see. It rather comes up and kind of is being hidden again. I also see that due to the way how StreamYard puts my name on stuff, we don't actually see you currently really well.
Okay, I'm like playing with different things. So now I'm a point cloud apparently.
Oh, yeah, that looks cool. Let me figure out how I can make this... Oh, show names. Yes, that's a lot better. And let me put us like a little bit higher so that we don't get overlaid by the scrolling thing. And now we have talking heads.
Cool.
And people can look at the nice sand dune I have here. Okay.
It is a nice sand.
So I guess we can start. And
that video seems to be delayed by quite a bit, but I think that's not too important.
I think I might be able to do something about that. Or maybe not. Do I have anything on my video to do that? Let's have Technologic up here so people can see that. And if you want to try Technologic, you can go to technologic.express.ai to see something. It looks like we have 4 viewers already, so that is cool for us just fumbling around, doing not much at all at the moment. So let's see, do I have any kind of delay configured? Well, nothing that I can see. Do I have like I don't know, a delay, like a sound delay, or
Looking at
what is it in particular?
StreamYard, I mean, it looks fine.
Looks fine?
Yeah, from like your head looks fine. My head looks like 1 frame per second.
Oh, interesting. Can I do something about that? Like, I guess I should be able to do something about that. Custom FPS 30 should be fine. Let's see what happens. Now you're kind of white out. So if you move a bit, does that look better?
Not really. Looks about the same. Is that maybe a setting? In the Video Ninja, it looks perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, it also looks perfectly fine when you're not moving a lot, or like. Oh, is it because your browser kind of goes into some kind of energy-saving mode?
Good question. Does it look good right now? Ah, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. So I need to keep this in front, and then I need to have another monitor where I look at the StreamYard. Okay.
Okay.
I can do that. That's why I have multiple monitors.
Right. So let me bring up more things. Right. So as we have 5 viewers now, I guess we can kind of start doing things. And what we have here is, so what we're going to be working on today is, well, a plugin functionality for Technologic. And Technologic is a ChatGPT-like, conversational UI client. It does branching, and I guess the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to fix this issue actually, because it has been annoying me for quite some time. Because this is supposed to grow automatically to fit the things that you have in here. So I guess it is switching to localhost time soon. But yeah, so the idea is that we will add plugin using functionality to Technologic today. And the first plugin that we're going to have is a thing that can look up data, or that can use a knowledge base so it doesn't gaslight you all the time about things. I mean, it's fine if it's writing marketing copy. Everyone knows that to believe that. But if you have like questions about things that happened, it can't really do that. Or it's like, if what has happened today, right? If I ask it that, it will be just like, hey, I have no idea what today is. I have no access to real-time information. In principle, you could give it something like, you are ChatGPT, can access real-time information by using the what happened tool. What happened field on TV is right. What happened and if we turn this into a system message now, and let's have us happens today. Okay, so now it knows that it can use the what happened tool. Now let's try it like that. relative date use what happened today. And now we can ask it again. And it's not really too happy with that. So what happened on my birthday? I have no idea whether that actually happened or not. Like, it doesn't give us any additional information that we could use to verify that. And if I use today's date, it also says, well, it has a knowledge cutoff date. Yes, adding additional things to the system message didn't really make things better. So one of the things that we will want to do as the first thing here is we will need to figure out a prompt that will make it use the tool as much as possible. And the other thing that we will need to do is we'll have to actually load some data that it can query. So, oh cool, we're getting ever more viewers. We're up to 6 now. Say hello everyone. And again, if you have any questions, as the scrolling ticket says, just ask away. We'll try to answer them as they come in. Okay, so I have way too many windows open. And I think the first one that will be really necessary is our wiki loader. So I'm going to use I'm going to load all this data into a local vector instance. So this token is entirely useless for anyone because it only works on my local host, and I don't have to care whether you can see it or not. But also making it run on localhost means that I need to redefine the vector base URL to host. I think I'm running at 8080, and in our default, yeah, we just have that. And if things aren't really visible or anything, tell me. So yeah, right, we also need a vector space ID, and I think I'll have that. Let's see, what vector space am I going to use? I have like a bazillion different vector spaces.
Is that the old or the new client? Because with the new client, you can just look something up by name.
Yeah, I'm looking into the database anyway. Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to use vector space 5. I mean, they are all my vector spaces, so it doesn't really matter too much. Okay, let's give it a quick run. I'm not going to actually use the client just yet, but I want to make sure that things start up. And as you can see here now, this is the data that we're working with. The Cohere Wikipedia dataset is neat because they have done all the hard work of splitting things into multiple paragraphs, and we have the original link for it, and we can even do kind of neat stuff with the link. So let's take this one for YouTube. As you can see, it's like a passage. It's not too long, so we should be fine with the default token limit on the SBART model that we're using in Vector. So we can have a neat little link that looks like this. And if we append like a URL encoded thing to it, let's take something that's not right at the beginning. So if we do it like that, at least Chrome supports opening up directly, like it supports linking to a particular piece of text, even if there is no anchor tag, which is quite nice, especially if we want to link someone into the thing that we have used for context.
Yeah.
Right, so now we have those things. We have title, we have text, we have documents, and we're going to want to access things in kind of large-ish steps. And we can ingest data really. Of thinking, I have so I've installed the latest Vector SDK from GitHub. I hope the master branch works. So if I go with this,
should,
like,
although using the vector space API might be a little bit simpler, but it should work.
now let's so I give it a list of things, but as it comes to attributes, it may be a little bit harder. Anyway, let's just do things. I'm going to keep that as an example. And the first thing that we want to do is kind of get a batched access on docs. I'm using the streaming mode for getting things. Now I don't necessarily know whether we can do nice batching on that. So I guess I'm just going to run a test and get the first 10 things. Is that going to work? Or is it going to start downloading like the 50 gigabytes of things? I'm getting a not implemented error in that case.
In our library?
No, that comes from the dataset library. It's because we're using a streaming approach, it only supports like accessing one thing at a time, which is a bit annoying. So we're going to have to create a nice generator for us. So we're going to have something that accumulates data for us. And for row 1 at a time, hack and row if row is more or equal to batch size, we're going to yield our accumulator, and then we're going to set it to the empty list again, and at the end we're going to yield the accumulator and return. I think that's the general structure of this thing, right?
Right.
So if we now print batch data of dogs 0, that should, I think, give us first time things. Oh no, yes. If I want to actually access it in that way, and now it does something. Yeah, I've clicked on debug instead of run. Interesting, it's not. Oh, yes. Fun thing. So by calling list on that,
Oh yeah, it's gonna.
it's going to try to create the entire thing.
Yeah.
Okay. For batch in batch data docs 10 print batch. I guess that's what we want, and we are going to exit after the first one. Yeah, so like this is 50 gigabytes worth of data. I wanted to download that like upfront, but you know, that's a lot of data, and I don't necessarily need to actually ingest all of that locally. We want to have that later on, like as a public thing that anyone can use. But for now, it's not necessary. Okay, so this still takes a surprisingly long time to run.
Yeah, add another print in your inside your generator, just to let's see where it's at.
Okay. Oh.
It's doing everything, isn't it?
The error is staring at me. I was checking the length of the row, not of the list that we are trying to do. Okay, so now it should say working on it 10 times, and then we get it. Okay.
Cool.
That's good. So that means we now have our batched access. I usually prefer like 64 things at once. And we will want to do we have like a length on the docs?
Good question.
Like, will it be able to give me that information without? No, is the answer. It cannot give me how many documents there are in this thing. Well, we can instead, I guess, check this information out. Maybe it has that here. using the EN dataset. No, it will not tell me how many there are. So I guess I'll just stop after ingesting like the first 10,000 or so, because for our proof of concept, it doesn't really matter to ingest all of them. As I said, it's going to take a while anyway. And right, so let's ingest like if I is bigger than 10,000, we break. Okay, so we have our iterator here. And we have our vector client, and we want to ingest some text. Well, I guess we need to convert the row into just the plain text and the attribute. So that is easy enough, I think. We know that we have the text and the title in here, and I think, do we want to have the title in context? Like, do you want to have like YouTube colon and then something there?
I would assume so. Like the title, even if so we might not use the title in the vector, but when we're showing the list, instead of showing just the URL, we can just show the title instead and a link.
But that goes into our attributes. I'm thinking of whether we want to have the title as some kind of context for the vectorization.
I think it wouldn't hurt and would only help.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because it would like disambiguate very similar paragraphs or sections, I think, if their titles are different. And there might be many kind of like technical things that are very similar or like almost the same with many articles when you get into the weeds.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to collect the title text and the URL for the attributes. And to ingest things, we need a list of strings and an attribute list. Let's see, will this work? So and I guess we want some kind of progress indicator. Do I have TQDM here? No. Oh, yes, I have. Okay, so TQDM, import TQDM, and yeah. Yeah, there. Okay, so our total, we set that as 10,000. That's 10,000. And this should fail, right? Because I don't have the entirety of Vector actually running at the moment, like locally. But what do I actually, or do I have it running? Have I actually thought of starting everything?
The server? Yeah.
I am missing the
Or
index server.
so you have the Espert server running?
Yeah, I have the Espert server running.
Oh,
What else do I have running? Well, I don't need to have circuits open. The Espert server is running on port 5001. And the index server is trying to run on port 8080. Why is that? On what port should it be running? What have I configured things to be? Sorry for this not being very interesting to look at. But yeah, not everything is open source all the time. Okay, so let's see that running. Okay, it is not complaining about that anymore. Let's see, the only thing that didn't run was actually the index server. And to make things a bit more interesting to look at, let me put my GPU usage here. And connection refused. So, I mean, my GPU is doing work in any case. Now, actually, is the Espert server even using the GPU? I
this
think
could be
it's
just your
actually
video.
on. Yeah, that is, I think, just the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, then it's no surprise that things are actually taking as long as they do. Right. Why does it say connection refused on here? Invalid HTTP version. Oh, right. The index server
gRPC?
is using gRPC. And I didn't start the gRPC version. I started the old version.
That would do it.
I'm surprised that it didn't have it configured in my startup. Okay, port 1200, not 12,000, and storage is simply data, and it doesn't need to use the GPU as a device. So let's start that. That looks slightly better now. So now let's start that ingest. And while that is going, I'm going to take another look at my model server. And yeah, the default device is CPU. And I haven't changed it. So I guess going to set this to 0. Okay, so that still failed. Man.
But it must have failed differently.
It must have failed differently. Right. Connection refused. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. It's localhost 12,000. I have had it running previously. It's not complaining about things on the console there. So it's supposed to be running. Okay. So, well, let's see whether at least our Aspert calculation is running on the GPU now. The 80% CPU usage here suggests something different. Isn't it fun to kind of do things unprepared? Okay, cool. I'm not entirely sure whether 413 is better. Anyone remember what 413 is? Like the status code? If not, let's see.
Too large.
Too large. Okay. Too large is something that I can work with. But yeah, that's what I kind of guessed it would be. Why is this not using the GPU though? Probably because I have some kind of crummy PyTorch installed there.
Possibly.
But I think, yeah, something is happening. Okay. So we have CPU usage now. Yeah, fun. Okay, so 32 is apparently still too large for some cases. So let's go 24. And why does this not use like what version of Torch do I have here? Okay, so this is still using Torch 1.2. Should I install Torch 2? Or should I keep it running and kind of stay with that?
From my understanding, it's just supposed to be faster. Other than that, I think it's like faster by default, but it also had a bunch of other ways to compile models to make it even faster than that.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see, do I have clear vector space here? Because I kind of want to start off with an empty vector space, so we don't have like all the previous tries in there. Well, delete all vector spaces sounds not right.
Yeah, definitely don't want that one. I've made that mistake.
I think delete vector space entries is the one that we want. Function to delete the current vector space. All ingested entries will be deleted.
Yeah.
As well.
And that's another one that I've often forgotten to remove when I needed to remove it.
Delete all. Okay. We're not actually deleting the vector space here. We're only clearing it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start the ingest going again. And as that ingest is going, we can get back to here. So yeah, at that speed, at 31 hours, I think that we're not going to ingest actually the 10,000 things.
Yeah.
But it also doesn't matter for the stream because we can just pretend that all the information is there.
Yep.
And then I'm going to fix it. So really, 24 is still too big? Okay, doesn't matter. Go with 8. So what was I talking about? Right. Now we need to come up with a prompt that is going to use the tool. To do that, we are going to use we're going to look at the OpenAI plugin example. So we have this here and a YAML file. And the neat thing about this is that now, I mean, this is a to-do list. I think they had a lookup example too, right?
Good question. I haven't actually looked at the plugins.
Yes. Retrieval plugin. That makes more sense. That's the one that I wanted to look into. And so the thing that I want to look at here is the well-known directory, because that has some additional information, like plugin for searching through a user's documents to find answers to questions and retrieve relevant information. Use it whenever a user asks something that might be found in their personal information. And this gives us accept search query objects. So we will, I think, need to come up with a prompt that incorporates this. Because as far as I could figure it out without actually having access to the plugin functionality, is that they are doing this in a tricky little way. And that is, they kind of have an additional plugin model that actually uses the plugin and then does something. We don't have access to that plugin model. So my idea is to have like a separate conversation that gets triggered with ChatGPT. So what's going to happen there then is...
I was kind of wondering how it would happen inside of Technologic if we had some like internal dialogue happening, like a la LangChain, and how to show it, essentially.
You mean like as for the UI, I think it makes sense to have it kind of be something that we can expand here. So it's like using plugin vector to look up, like it shows us what it does, and we can expand and show like all the hidden functionality being executed. And I think using this is going to be the key. Like the proper system message is going to be the key here. But what is the proper system message though? So we know that the there is like a name for the model and a description for model and for human. So let's lift that directly from here and see what it says. Plugin for searching through the user's documents. So we could say plugin for searching through so if we kind of go with the what happened to through events at specific dates to find answers to question and retrieve relevant information. User, whenever a user asks something that might be found in the like use it whenever the user asks something. What could they ask that can be found? Like saying something like that. So use it whenever the user asks something that might be found in there is not good. Like I think chatbots aren't particularly good with pronouns, especially like 3.5. I think GPT-4 is better there, but
yeah, we only have access to the not so great one.
Exactly. So with this in mind, we have that. Now we need to tell it how to use it.
And the tool kind of system that we use in circuits is just tool : tool name new line. I think that works. I've seen also kind of using like square brackets as like function application, like in Wolfram language type of thing.
Oh yeah, I think so. I'm going to continue my Lisp evangelism.
Okay.
Now let's they're using lowercase, so you can access real-time information by using the provided tools. Okay, so let's see. You piece of... Okay, so it doesn't... Okay,
I would say change the name from ChatGPT to something else, because it will have the original system message there too. So, yeah.
you can access, you can do everything using the provided tools. Okay, that's neat. I mean, and that's why I'm saying that no, this needs. That's very important to have the new lines in between here.
Are you sure? Get rid of the new lines.
Yes, but it's like
Right.
because otherwise this turns it into a heading.
Hmm.
I mean, okay, let's have it as a heading again.
Go back to the original thing. I hate it when it does this for example stuff. It's like, dude.
Oh, that's actually
Actually, you know what you should do?
a thing.
Go back to what you want. Forget what it says. Just give it an example. Yeah, exactly. You know, don't let it guess. Just tell it how to use it, and it will probably figure it out.
And let's stop the auto sending. And okay, let's check kind of in the news.
Hmm.
Let's give it an answer as a system message. And let's see what it says now. And now I can ask it. Let's give it a question for tomorrow. Okay, we have a basic tool use there. Okay, let's say I want to ask it for its prompt.
Yeah, but I mean that's like, of course, it's going to do that, right?
Yes. I mean, it doesn't really matter too much, but
yeah.
Let's do that again. Okay, that's can you show? Okay, so I was doing that because I was wondering, like, if I do the example like that.
Mm-hmm.
So user pretending it to do something. So for example,
Yeah.
let's say it.
I would prefer that style. Like, it saves tokens. It doesn't really, you know, like if you let it do the explaining, it will, but in the end, it's like wasting tokens that you're probably not going to be showing the user anyway. So
Yeah.
yeah, just telling it to just do the thing, nothing else.
If we do it that way, and then we go like that. Okay, so it does get it in this particular way. So the what happened tool is kind of, I wouldn't necessarily call it pointless, but it's very simple, right? Let's see. Okay. Did it fail? Okay, apparently after like a few points, we get something that's like huge, that has a lot of text.
Let's just limit it. Just colon 1000 or 2000.
Yeah, let's do that. I mean, I think yeah, 1000 is probably fine. On the title, 150 is probably also more than enough. Okay. So, as I was saying, the what happened tool is a little bit pointless. Yeah. Give me a second to think about things. What happened? So, will it use it in the same way if I have it like that? Okay, let's have a different date. That's fun. Because yeah, it's like kind of common knowledge that it is using here, but
Did you get rid of the example?
Yeah, in this case, I got rid of the example because I wanted to have something where I'm kind of not polluting the context length too much.
Yeah, that's impossible. Like if you look at the LangChain kind of implementation, they're essentially doing that. Like they're like they don't have a system prompt at all. It's just a completely faked like assistant system user, and they have like 3 examples or 4 examples. It takes 1,000 tokens or something like that.
Yeah, I want to get around that. And I kind of also want to
because it is a language model at the end of the day, and you're like fighting against like when you have the examples, that's primed it, you know, like you've primed the language model to do that. Like you can,
Right.
yeah.
So because the thing is, there are more things involved here, or there need to be more things involved here. So the fact that they are using a special model in ChatGPT for tool use, and that model is not a ChatGPT, it's actually a DaVinci variant. I think what we need to have is like something that's going to decide whether we need to use a tool and which one. And then something that is only primed for that particular tool to use it.
Yeah.
And then that output
Gets
is injected, as in here is what the tool that does this and that does. How does that work in particular? How do we get there? Hey, cool, we've got 4 viewers again. So let me explain what we're doing real quickly. And I guess reiterating it for myself is going to be useful too. So we have Technologic, which is a chat client essentially for things like ChatGPT or any other API that is compatible with the OpenAI model serving. And we are trying to make it use tools. And currently we're discussing how we could make that, given that given what we know about how OpenAI does that. And OpenAI does it using an additional model. So what I'm currently suggesting is that we have a special thing, like we have, instead of having an additional model, we're going to prime a different conversation where we use a system message to tell the model what it is doing. And one of them is going to decide on what tool needs to be used. And then the other one is going to use the tool. And then we are going to inject the result of that into our original conversation as a system message, so that the assistant can respond with whatever it thinks is appropriate. Let me bring up Xmind for that and kind of have a small I wouldn't necessarily call it to-do list, but a small mind map to map out the things that need to be done. Because, oh come on, did this stop again? Did I rerun this? Do you remember? No, I'm just going to rerun it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so we want to have tool use in Technologic. And this is going to happen on the one side with multiple chat personas, I guess. We have like the main conversation. We have the tool using decider or decision what tool to use, and actually the tool. Like we have those, let's call them agents because that's what they essentially are, right?
Yeah.
So if we do that, then we can fake things just to make the proof of concept, right? So in order to fake it on the making conversation, we literally just add a system message. Right?
Yeah, right.
For the decision using tool, we can provide it with tool options in system message and user query as user message. And our goal is to select correct tool. Like we can again essentially fake it by using a different conversation, right? And then we have actually using the tool is provide the tool usage instructions in system message. And use the tool. And the fun thing is that we only needed to produce the tool usage invocation. We don't need to provide it with the output of the tool, do we?
No, we don't need to. Like, once it says how to, like, once it chooses the tool to use, we can just do that. And then whether or not it should use the tool in another way should be...
Yeah, then it goes kind of to the main conversation.
Yeah, exactly. The main conversation's job.
Or it could go back to the tool user, like to the decision, do I need to use the tool again? Or another tool. It could be because this
it could fail.
It could fail. It could mean that it needs to use another tool. Like it needs a combination of tools. And then it decides on using one tool. It goes to the tool user again. The tool user does it. And the neat thing there is that it, like, the tool user doesn't need any additional context, right? It gets kind of the query.
Yeah.
And it uses the next tool. It gets like I mean, as long as the loop goes on, and that means that we have like the tool decider also has an like output to main conversation tool or something, where it says, okay, I'm done with using this thing. Like I don't need any more tools. I can respond.
Yeah.
and then it produces the last output or so.
Yeah, and that can be like a finished or something like that. Like I've seen it be finished in square brackets or finished, and then it provides the result in the square brackets as well. Seen that too.
I'm thinking whether like the finished, whether it needs to do anything or whether it should just return them the last thing. But yeah, I mean, we have, so we don't necessarily need to fake it for the main conversation, because we have seen it work. Let's align this so we can, well, we don't necessarily see more that way. Yeah. We have that. Right, so in the main conversation, we don't necessarily need to fake it because we have already previously seen that it worked, right? In one of the output messages here. Yeah. Like in here. And technically, this message then would be gone in a way. So now to see whether it would work in principle, we need to, we can approach those two things individually. So let me check whether the vectorization was successful. It wasn't. That's annoying. I guess I'll need to check what exactly is going on there. But it's still fine because we don't necessarily need the vectorization just yet.
Yeah, we could start with a simple tool that like we should probably start with a calculator. I think.
Yeah, so you are. What should its name be?
The decider.
Yeah, I mean, let's just give it a prompt. The topic
I would say that one.
A tool that decides what is deciding what tool we use.
Yeah.
You are an AI assistant called ToolFinder. ToolFinder is an intelligent chatbot that is designed to help you decide which tool to use for a specific task. ToolFinder can provide you with a list of recommended tools based on your needs and preferences. To best serve you, ToolFinder will... Yeah, it's the U form here is a little bit annoying. I guess ToolFinder
give it a shot.
is a good enough name. You are, I mean, a tool selector.
Yeah.
You're a tool selector. The user, no, you are, like you are provided with a list of tools. Doesn't necessarily the following is a list of tools that are tools and their utility, and the description. That are available. Your risk. You will receive a query that may use the responsibility is to select one of the tools to use to resolve the user's query. Let's say let's apply the think step by step and stuff to that. First, think step by step, and what was it? First, think step by step and provide a reasoning for what you think would. Okay. What would be the best tool to use? Only then provide your answer as answer. Okay, so that is our base system message. Now we have our tools. The calculator allows calculates the input. Yeah. What does a calculator do? It calculates.
And yeah, it helps
like in
solve like complicated calculations with precision. And you could say it uses Python format, and so format floats and division properly.
Yeah. I think that is probably so. For the description for the model, I think it shouldn't talk about how to prepare things for it. Like a tool that is signals. Yeah, yes. A tool that signal that there is no need to use a tool. Something like that.
Yeah.
Right. So if we now pretend to give it a question, or if we give it a question that is something along the lines of almost deleted it. Also, no good tool. A tool that signals that we don't have a good tool to resolve the query.
No applicable tool or something like that.
Yeah. The no applicable tool. Okay, so now I can ask it like, what happened yesterday? And it tells me none of the tools seem suitable to answer the query. It is too open-ended and vague. Therefore, I will select the no applicable tool to indicate that I don't have a good tool to resolve this query. Answer, no applicable tool. That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
So now let's give it the calendar as a tool. Almost. Like, yes, I wanted it to use the calendar tool, but I want to say calendar.
Yeah, just always given an example. Like, seriously, there's no real good way to prompt it. You just need to give it like 2 or 3 examples, and it will then work perfectly fine. Because remember, in the end of the day, you're dealing with a language model, and the language model was trained to do something else, right? It wasn't trained particularly like, oh, okay, so it's a language model that has been fine-tuned to be a chat bot.
Yes.
And so it will prefer to explain things and be helpful and talk to humans.
Yeah, I'm giving it the opportunity to do that, right?
Yeah. But you can just just show it how, like, it uses that context, right? Like, it knows very, very well that if it said something, it needs to continue to use that or like follow that. So giving it examples, like just faking inputs, makes it very robust, and that's what all the papers are doing, right? They're not prompts of any, like, they're not system messages. They're all examples, like React and those other things.
So it kind of goes into the right direction already. So I made it answer with just the name by giving it just tool name here, so it doesn't go with an explanation, and it can kind of do its thinking and explaining things before it gives the answer, which usually makes the answer go better, right? So let's assume it has yet another tool. I think Wikipedia. And I don't. Yeah. Okay. So a database of all the facts known in the world. So now it has to decide whether it wants to use the event database or the encyclopedia. Okay, what happened yesterday? Event database. Who was the king of Egypt during 200 BC? Like, I have no idea.
It might know who the pharaoh is, like, just.
I'm asking it not for an answer. I'm asking it to use a tool, like to decide what tool. Yes. Okay. So it's going to use the encyclopedia. That's great. Let's put our tool selection agent up there into the agents. because now we have the tool user. And the tool user is a special thing. Because the tool user is it only knows about one single tool.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go back here. And,
so you can have like a different
I
one
want
per
to
tool.
try another one first. What is the square root of 81? Okay, cool. So because I wanted to use the calculator for the next thing.
Yeah.
So you are tool user. Oh. Let's go with this again. The topic is using a tool. Given a description and API reference. Yeah, you are an AI assistant called Toolbot. Surprisingly slow, kind of the output that it's producing. But sometimes ChatGPT gets slow for no good reason.
Yeah. Could be like a noisy neighbor type of thing.
Yeah. Oh, hey, we have quite a lot of viewers now.
Yeah.
9 people. Say hello in the chat, everyone. Oh, and we're actually raided. That's cool.
Oh, cool.
With 16 people at that point. Hey everyone, we are building tool using capabilities for our kind of ChatGPT alternative client. So Technologic is, as you maybe can see up there on the top left, it's a branching in AI chat, and well, it currently has a bug that I'm not addressing because I'm building the more interesting thing. But it can, let me bring up the GitHub. So it is open source. So you can, if you want to mess around with it, you can either go to technologic.express.ai, or you can get the code and just play with it, fork with it. And it gives you one interesting thing, and one thing that I always wanted to have in ChatGPT that wasn't around. And that is, it can like show you your conversation graph, and you can just select like the branch that you want to be on. And right now, we are using it to work on, well, the continued development really. And that is to give it the capability that OpenAI isn't sharing with people, like not with everyone. They didn't share it with us, so we are building it into our own thing. And that is the ability to use plugins, so it can use additional tools to do things. And the idea that we are kind of trying out, kind of, I guess, essentially faking in here, is that we think that there are several things involved in using a tool. And one thing is that I've seen in a tweet like yesterday, that they are using a different model to decide like what plugin to use and how to use it. And because we don't have different models, we only have GPT 3.5 Turbo available to us. We do it by simply giving it a different personality using the system message support that we have in Technologic. So what we just did was that we have tried out the tool selector bot. So it gets the user's query, and it then chooses which tool is applicable here, like to answer that particular query. And we have shown it with multiple different questions, like what is the square root of 81? It says, well, maybe we should use the calculator. Or if we ask like how to get popular popular on Twitch, then it's what we're trying to use the encyclopedia tool, because hey, maybe the encyclopedia knows how to do that, and what tools it has available and kind of what those tools do is all part of the system message. The idea is that later on you could just go here, like you could go the way that you go to backends and you configure things. You could be just like add a tool, give it the link to its description, and kind of the OpenAI thing, Open API description of things, and then it would automatically populate this thing for you and kind of do everything automatically for you. But before we can automate things, we need to work out how it's going to actually work. And we are in the middle of that. So yeah, once again, welcome everyone. If you have any questions, put them into the chat. We try to answer them as soon as possible. Right. So we know that our tool selector appears to work. So now we want to have a new thing. And well, I have another bot here that is kind of used for prompt botting, for creating prompts. And let's start with that. So you are an AI assistant called Toolbot. Toolbot is an intelligent chatbot that is designed to help users use tools more effectively and efficiently. Toolbot can understand tool descriptions and APIs to provide users with the best possible guidance. I think making it kind of think that it is providing a user with guidance will help us from we'll stop it saying, oh no, I can't do that, because it kind of gives the user an idea of what they're supposed to do, I guess.
Yeah.
So to best serve users, Toolbot should engage in a conversation with the user. In that case, it doesn't. My prompt is kind of pointed towards doing that, so I guess we drop that. Instead, we say Toolbot should provide only immediately actionable information based on the user's input. For example, if the user needs help with specific functions or feature of the tool, Toolbot should provide step-by-step instructions on how to use it. I think that's fine. Toolbot should leverage its understanding of the tool's APIs to provide users with custom code snippets that can be used to accomplish specific tasks. That makes sense. And these code snippets should be tailored to the user's needs and should be written in a way that is easy to understand and modify. Okay. Yeah, the in summary thing I think is pointless.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Split the thing, and now we have the calculator. So now, I mean, the calculator does only one thing. It calculates, right?
Right. Pretty simple.
So what do we give it as an as a description?
That it performs a calculation using Python syntax and outputs the result. Maybe say Python 3 syntax so that it uses the floating point things correctly. Like I've seen that mentioned in other places, and I think it's because it, won't do division properly if it doesn't know.
So I'm going to continue using my sudo so how does it use this? Is it just...
I mean, for me, I always put the thing that you want to calculate in a code block, and then it will usually make a markdown code block and put the code that it wants to generate in there, or that it wants to execute in there. Then I generate it.
So something like that?
Yeah. Oh, I haven't put the output in code blocks, but yeah, putting the output in code blocks makes sense.
So I mean, yes, but it's producing more than we need.
What is it producing?
It's also producing the output of the tool.
Oh, that's the other thing. I have output set, like when I have the tools, I always have the output set as the stop. So I don't care if it generates output. I never use it. I have output : as a stop token. So it will stop generating at that point. And it loves to do it. It will totally make shit up.
Right. Now let's move this to the agent category. And let's modify this because I think... First, think step by step. It's like the magic incantation lately. Only then provide your actual answer as method name So let's see what it does with this small addition to the prompt. Stupid thing.
Yeah. Just tell it you have the ability to execute a Python expression.
No, I do not want it to know that it is Python.
There's no reason why that hurts.
I mean, for the calculator, yes, but I don't want it to assume Python.
Well, you should be telling it. So the thing is, by saying Python, you can assume that it knows the syntactic rules of Python. And if you want it in Lisp, then you just tell it use Lisp, or common Lisp syntax to do the thing, and it will do it in that. Or say use RPC, like RPN calculator notation, and it will use RPN calculator notation to do the thing. So you just tell it the syntax that you want it to do. You only suffer if it guesses wrong, right?
Yeah, but I wanted to say, like, wanted to say that it wants to use the execute method, right? In here it isn't. It's like, use Python. I don't want to use your tool. I want
it. It really likes Python, so don't fight it. Just like give it what it wants, because we can't fine tune it anymore. We're stuck with what we got. I mean, I would try specifying something else, like any other. Like, you could either give it exactly, all the syntactic rules that it needs, or you can give it some mnemonic that it knows pretty well. You could say that it's C, or it's Perl, or it's Python. I don't think it matters. But if you don't say anything, it's gonna use Python, because that's what it's trained to do. Like, I think it is trained to always prefer Python when doing pseudocode, and it will just always generate Python. It also likes JavaScript, so if you say use JavaScript, it will use JavaScript too. And, using JavaScript makes sense, because we could then execute the plugin inside of Technologic.
Yeah, but I don't want it to try to use code. I want it to use the tools.
Yeah, I've never had success with anything other than giving it code. Like, all the tools that I have always been, just like DSLs of Python code. And even if I kind of try, like for the browser tool, I tried to make it like a DSL thing, and it would always just generate Python code, like if statements, try catch, and those kind of things.
That is kind of a thing that GPT 3.5 does. I want to kind of go into a direction where it doesn't need to be GPT 3.5. Ideally, it could work with Open Assistant, right? Ideally, we don't need to give money to OpenAI.
Right.
Ideally, we can democratize things.
Yeah. But there's it will, no matter what the tool, right, it will prefer to write code in a language that it's seen. So it doesn't make up languages very well. And
there we go. I got it to do what I want once.
Okay. Can I do it consistently?
Let's see. So let's just retry. I mean, if we then try to use this in Python syntax just with eval, it will fail because you don't have the import. But that is not the point.
Yeah.
What is the inverse of 6? Let's see whether it does even know that. Yeah. Let's come up with a more complex mathematical question. Maybe chat, do you know something? Let us guess what things are. Like, let us try to break this prompt.
Pi raised to the e times I? Was that it?
Yeah, let's see what we get.
So e raised to pi times I plus 1. That's the interesting.
To perform this calculation using the calculator tool, we need to know the Python 3 syntax for complex numbers. We can represent I as 1j in Python. Then to raise e to the power of I, we can use cmath x method.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that. Like, it's still not using, it's not forcing me to like import stuff, but it's like, okay, in Python you need that thing to do complex numbers. I think that's fine. Like, I'm quite happy with this tool user. Anything kind of more complex? Like, what is the area of a cube with the outline 3? Happy with that too? Okay, so I mean, it does the calculation itself, but
yeah, it's always going to do that, which is why you just need to like. I mean, it doesn't always do it, but it does it often enough. And when using OpenAI or anything, you can usually set a stop token, and I put output : as the stop token, and I ignore it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's give it one
once.
more thing to ask it.
How does it execute the meaning of life?
At least. I think yeah, we are going to use that with the tool chooser in a second.
Yeah, it doesn't need a calculator for that.
Yeah.
It's already pre-computed it.
For that. But what if we use the tool chooser for that? Yeah,
no
cool.
applicable tool. Yeah.
No applicable tool. Again, I'm happy with that outcome. It kind of goes into, I guess it kind of proves, at least by example in this case, that splitting things into multiple models or agents is the right approach. Because now we can simply append things to our initial message here. And then we have like the one thing that gets it will try to do something, and if it's no applicable tool, it just uses no tool at all. Or like it can say, hey, I have no idea what to do with that thing. so let's give it one more math questions. What's the integral of x squared between -1 and 1?
You could ask it, calculate the n which satisfies, a to the n plus b to the n equals c to the n.
The funny thing is, it's like, okay, the answer is execute t over 3. That's like only the last step with the calculator.
Yeah. It is GPT-3 after all.
It's kind of flipping it in this case is also kind of more useful.
Yeah.
Because it's interpreting stuff's markdown. That's a useful thing, like a tool that Technologic has here. It can flip the card. And yeah, then you can just see the original markdown here. Okay, but I mean, it still ends up using the tool that it has been given. And I guess if I ask it, what is the integral of x? Actually, let's use that syntax. Yeah, it goes with calculator for that. And if I use the not Python notation, then it goes to the antiderivative. Oh, cool. And now here it actually uses a little bit more of that calculation. I guess I'm totally happy with how this tool user turned out. Okay, let's try a different tool user. So we're going to use the same prompt. But we are going to give it a different tool. And so, yeah, that is nowhere near correctly spelled. Yeah, encyclopedia.
I hate that word.
It has a query method. Queries. Encyclopedia for a topic. It produces 5 results. Would we need anything more than that for the description? Like what this thing does?
We'll see.
What is something good to query there? I mean, we could just take whatever is.
Yeah, who was the Western Roman Emperor in a certain date or something like that?
I would go with something like that. Yes, the query for our example.
Ah, I see. Like looking up a thing, not really like a search query. I see.
Yeah. Now let's make it. Let's make the output a bit. Its output is in JSON or something like that. So that we can have more interesting things. Like, let's assume the encyclopedia thing is actually our vector output. So we have similarity 0.9, 3 reads text. Let's see. Title, the one that we want to have. And URL. Not entirely sure whether it's actually a good idea to give it the raw JSON output.
It handles JSON okay. In general.
Okay, so let's save that. And who is let's see, what is Express AI? However, please note the encyclopedia is a fictional tool that's part of this exercise only, does not actually exist. Therefore, the above command will not produce any meaningful output.
Oh, ye of little faith.
Yeah. Okay, so now, how do we want to? So let's say what I would do is kind of remove everything it said after the command. So now we give it the output, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I think in one of the browsing agent things, I have had it actually come up with a result for that. No, but there I was asking who Eduardo Gonzalez is, not what Express AI is. I guess I need to go to the page and click on About Us. So now we get that here. So another nice thing about Technologic, you have folders and you can move your conversations around. So we are going to give it that as the output. And title about us.
Kind of wonder, does the music sound normal to everyone? Or?
Is it kind of weird? Something?
Yeah, it's like slowing down. Like now it's like a little fast. Yeah, it's like
okay.
Doesn't sound right.
I mean, it sounds the same for me.
No, let me play
Maybe
with
it
real
is
quick.
like getting in for you.
Now it sounds perfect.
Okay. So that is a system message now. Apparently I did something weird there. What? Why? Okay. Let's put that in code blocks. No, that looks reasonable. Also, I see that I gave it invalid JSON as an example. Okay.
Yeah.
So now it has that output. Is that output good enough actually? I think it isn't. Because it doesn't include the references. I mean, I've never told it to include the references. So I guess we should do that now. So how? How do we make it to include the references?
You can just give it an example, and it will do it. Because it needs to know like the format of the references and things like that.
Okay. What if I just tell it to do that?
Does it have?
It doesn't.
Yeah. It really needs to know what a reference looks like.
Yeah. Its output is in JSON. When you process the output, provide references to each result. Using, like, what's a popular referencing format? You got anything?
IPA? Is that what it's called?
APA?
Or Chicago? There was APA, I guess.
APA.
Yeah, American something.
Let's see.
There's also like a Chicago.
Doesn't really do that.
Chicago style citation. Do that one instead. I think that might look better.
Provide references to each result you use. Provide references to each result you use. Using the Chicago. What was it? Chicago style?
Yeah.
Just Chicago style.
Yeah, the Chicago reference. It's like the Chicago Manual of Style.org. Or Chicago's citation reference style. For websites, it should do author, date, and then the title, and then a URL. It has none of that information. So
it has the URL. It says, for more information, you can visit that page.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think we should actually, instead of going like Chicago style or something, we just say,
there's
provide a link.
Source, Express AI.
Yeah.
and the about us expressor I retrieved. Oh, I have an idea. When you process the output, provide a reference for each used result using its ID. So we are going to have the ID here. In the example, and we're going to add an ID here. And now let's what it is.
Screen splitting, that sounds cool. I never had a phone that had screen.
Come again?
Freeman's saying that he had his first day on a new job. That's great.
Screen splitting on the phone. That is something that Android phones have. So if your phone is big enough, you can kind of fit 2 applications on it, kind of like you can on an iPad. Yeah.
Anyway, so I think we got the citation stuff going.
Not really. I
like
asked it to use the ID to cite the thing, and it's not using that. So can you process the output, provide reference for each
is the URL not good enough?
Processing. Yeah, I want to have the ID. Okay.
Because then
my original idea of having the ID was so that we can like properly link it or something. So if in a more special plugin that can do that. But actually, is that even the best way of doing that? Like if if it works in any kind of setup, it would actually be better, right?
Yeah. But just having the URL is good enough.
Inline. Will that work? Inline and Chicago style?
The problem with Chicago style is that there's a lot of information usually in the Chicago style that it doesn't have. So I'm afraid it will make up stuff. Because with the Chicago style, you're supposed to have like the author, the date, like the date that you accessed it, the format, the URL and these things. I think it's not. There's no reason to make it Chicago style. We're not writing a paper here.
Yeah, right. Let's give it something. Something that is unrelated to what we're asking about. Because, maybe we don't have too much input there. So let's say the Illuminati. They have no idea how to spell it. Are a group of individuals who aim to have fun
In special rooms.
And it's
Together in a group with masks on.
fun. Illuminati.fun. Okay, I think that answer is useful. Let's get something else also going for the let's see.
Isn't having like 2 tools enough to try to integrate?
Yeah, I mean, I want to get a who is what is express AI. I should have put some more creative. Okay, let's just go with that. Who what is express AI? Because Bing is kind of you know, it does have tools, like it can search the web. And that is like, is there a useful innovation center for artificial intelligence in Germany? I am also an innovation center for AI in Germany. So okay, let's like pick that up as another result. So. Man, why is it doing? Like, why does Edge need to have such a different thing?
Because it's Edge.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go Bing chat. And I mean, the URL doesn't really matter, but it needs to reproduce it properly. Okay, so now it again doesn't cite the output. It's like annoying. That's what it is.
Give it examples. You have to show
never. Yeah, I mean, yes, I have to show it. And the idea of splitting things up is literally for that, right?
Yep.
So
it's incredibly powerful how
but I want
convincing it is when it thinks it has said that, right? When you like fake its own responses, it uses that, right? Like it's a signal. I said this before, and therefore I should follow that same style again. And yeah, it's a way more powerful than system in terms of the model.
I wonder whether if I provide references. Yeah, I'm going to just Because we could have one of the tool definition things could be to add something to what the user said, right?
Yeah.
But I kind of still want to have it like that, and everything sits in here. And my only reason of even not wanting to put any examples in here is because I don't want to summarize that. Like, I am too lazy to create an example.
No,
Because
like you just get it to do it, and then you fix it, right? So like if it's not spitting out example like a reference, you just edit it, add the reference that you want, and then leave that as an example, and then you do another thing. And then when you look at the next query, you'll see it does it exactly the way you want it. And you get it to respond, okay, and then you fix it.
This should produce an output similar to the example output provided in the tool description. Yes.
Smart ass.
Yes, it is. And we're going to do that. Exactly that. And this is the system message. Here's the output. Oh, fuck you.
Yeah. You gotta hate it when it's too dumb and lazy. But that's the way learning is, or that's the way language models has always been. They're like trolls.
Yeah. It's still I was kind of surprised that it did something with that output. Yes, I think this needs to be slightly. So you know how I said previously, like the tool user doesn't need to get its output.
Yeah. It doesn't necessarily need to, but it could probably benefit from it when things go wrong. Like it was trying to automate something, like automate the browser, and it says, yeah, just click the buy now button. And then it goes, ooh, there is no buy now button.
Yes, but that's kind of a different thing, maybe?
Possibly, yeah.
So if we kind of go back to this, well, I think that's not called personas, it's output agents, right? Mm-hmm. We give it the instructions on how to use the tool, and it uses the tool. Like all we wanted to actually do is create something like that we then feed into an interpreter, right?
Right.
And where does the output go? Like, should it go into the original conversation? So let's say we have a conversation with where I'm like, who is what was his name? Constantine III, right? And then it goes to the selection process. It's like, should I use a tool? It goes, yes, let's use the encyclopedia. it goes to the encyclopedia and uses it, and then the answer that goes there it gets a system message, right?
Right.
And only then it actually answers.
Yes. So, the system message idea, originally I was never thinking that we would split it out, or at least in the like baby AGI systems I'm doing. The agents are talking to themselves, right, all the time. So there's no separate tool user. I mean, I kind of did do that, but found that having the output was a good signal for fixing the output.
But that's kind of I think that
like
should stay within
stuff.
the one tool user. I think the current models aren't, especially GPT 3.5. It's just not intelligent enough for more than one tool at a time.
Yeah,
like to use more than one tool at a time.
Yeah, probably.
But if we give it multiple tools, no, let me start this over. So we have one thing, its kind of utility is to choose the right tool. Then we have the tool user. And the tool user, it might kind of talk to itself a bunch of times. But I think if we again go from like the flow here, when it goes back to the main conversation, maybe that is like the tool should give hints. So we have something like your context is, and processing the context, ensure that you provide proper references for every result you use. But I would prefer not to have any examples in here.
What do you mean examples?
Like how to do reference, like how to provide proper references.
Yeah.
Well, let's not call it references. Maybe it's the problem. The word is the problem. Citations.
Yeah. Cite your sources by providing a URL.
It's like, fuck you.
Yeah, say to provide the description and cite your. Yeah.
Now that's.
Well, let me come back into the StreamYard. I'm now like, I don't know, 10 or 15 seconds behind real time.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, technically, Eduardo doesn't have to be in StreamYard even. If he puts, if he enables his sound on Video Ninja, he can be on the stream anyway. And I'm not entirely sure whether he will hear me. So I was just saying, if you enable your sound on Video Ninja, I should still be able to hear you. I'm not entirely sure whether everyone else will. Well, if I do hear you, then everyone should hear
But then
you,
I would hear
maybe?
myself in.
Oh yeah,
the
that's
StreamYard.
going to be annoying. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. So that appears to be working in that particular way. So let's kind of go back to our what is Express AI conversation. So we're going to provide it the prompt, and we are also going to copy that. Let's bring up the conversation. And
Wonder
we give it
this
this.
disabling this background effect will help.
Come again?
So the video is slow, essentially, like the StreamYard video, and the music is like in slow motion. And I think the video that I'm seeing in the StreamYard is like microseconds or maybe milliseconds slow, and then as that adds up over the time, that's where it gets to be like seconds off.
Yeah, I see. I guess it is because of the Video Ninja thing, where it's kind of doing multiple things at once. It's like your poor computer is working a lot.
Yeah. Need more powerful chips, like perhaps the $15,000 workstation I have sitting next to my desk. Maybe I should use it.
Only if you water cool it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So
32 cores, 96 gigs of RAM. It should handle it.
It should.
The problem is the OS.
The cores aren't in use, right?
Yeah, they're old ass cores. So.
Hey, cool. So we have something. That's still no guarantee that it's going to produce the correct thing.
Yeah. But it's good enough, I think.
Let's see. Who are the Illuminati?
Hold on, I'm still reading.
The output is amazing. According to the search results, there's no clear definitive answer to who the Illuminati are. However, one of the search results from the website called Illuminati Fun suggests that they are a group of individuals who aim to have fun.
Yeah.
It's worth noting that this may not be an accurate representation or serious source of information. Another search result from Express AI's website talks about their mission to bring AI to the core business of every company. This is not related to the question about the Illuminati.
It's getting it.
Why are you including it then?
It can't think so great.
Yeah. Reminds me very much of Zoolander. No, it's not Zoolander. Was it Zoolander? What's that movie?
Zoolander. I'm not sure what scene you're talking about.
It's the school for children who cannot read or so.
Oh yes, like yes, that is Zoolander. It's the school for children who can't read good. And then he's like, "What? Is that a school for ants?" You know.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. That's what we're dealing with. We're ChatGPT 3.5 is Zoolander in terms of intelligence. So it's like not completely useless.
Let's see if I ask it to only use. There are no reliable results.
It's not
Well,
odd.
I'm asking for relevant, not reliable.
Yeah, whatever. Let's start including it into the Technologic.
Not make a judgment on quality. Okay, just to... Come on, there is a relevant entry. There are people who have fun. I kind of ask it to exclude the things that are unrelated. Oh, yes. This is... Right. It thinks that it isn't relevant.
Because of similarities. I see.
Yeah, because of the similarities. Okay, I mean, that's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and nicely formatted it this time. That's nice.
Yeah. No, that's pretty cool. So let's summarize what we've learned so far. We can have tool use if we split this thing into multiple conversations. So the main conversation, like this one, if we enable tools to be used in here, then it starts like a sub-conversation that has this prompt, and for every tool that is enabled, it has the tool name and an explanation what this tool does. Then this conversation gets the query of the user, whatever the user said, and it decides on what tool to use. If it decides on no up or no applicable tool, then we do nothing. We go back to the original conversation and let it continue. If it selects to use a tool, we use, I think we have used this same kind of prompt here. Yeah. So if it selects a tool, we have this pre-built prompt, and then we add the tool definition to our to the prompt. We give it its initial query, like whatever was used to decide to use that tool, and we get it to call a function. Like when it does that, whether it is execute here or query here, when it does that, when we find that in its output, we execute the thing and go back to our main conversation. We put the output of the tool and any instruction that the tool gives to the main conversation how to use its output. And then we continue. Now, we've done that with just one input message so far. Are we going to run into issues if there are more messages? So does our tool use decider need to know more of the context? I mean, it could use a more context tool.
Maybe. I think like the last 2 or 3 messages should be sufficient for most cases. Or you know, like maybe it shouldn't have more context. It might not actually help if you know, it kind of depends on how people are using it, but sometimes, you know, they want to chat very random things in the same thread, you know, not necessarily using more context all the time. But I guess, yeah, if they say, who's this? They would need more context.
Yeah, that's kind of this thing I'm...
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, it is stupid that, like, yeah, it's like, can you provide me more information about your query? Like, oh, that could also be.
Or actually, it could be
maybe?
a fail of if it doesn't say no applicable tool and it uses no other tool, then we give it more context.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, up to a point, like maybe 5 messages or 10 messages. And after that, it's like, okay, whatever, you give up.
Let's see. I want to give it one more try for the more context tool.
It is sometimes very weak at the meta game, you know.
Let's... Okay, maybe it's just like, hey, yeah, no idea. And okay, still doesn't want to use the more context tool, even if it's the first one. Yeah, I think we will probably have to we will probably have it yeah. Oh, it's still maybe a prompt thing. I mean, it's always a prompt thing. It's a language model.
Yeah.
You will receive a query from a user. The query is part of a larger conversation that you don't have direct access to. So, what's that? It's the... Yeah, I thought maybe
try
by telling it.
No, give it an example. Just keep going. Like add another thing. Then force it to use the tool, and then add in the context, and then try again. I think it will probably do it right.
No, but I mean, that's the point. It's like it has the list of those things with an explanation of that is provided, and so that's how it uses the tool. So the only thing is that it needs to say, okay, this is like by choosing the more context tool. Context for the current query, to make the user provide you with organization, maybe like that.
You know, like how you can have there's always people who are like, hey, can you give me an example of what you want, and then I'll be able to do it. It's like so much easier to know what to do if you have an example.
I know you're trying to make me give it examples, but I don't want to give it examples.
Well, like, okay, I have fought with this model for many weeks.
I know.
Like essentially giving it the goddamn answer in the fucking prompt of what it needs to do, and it doesn't do it. But when you start giving it examples, magic sometimes happens. It's still dumb though, but you know, and it's not only that. Like, it is because it is a language model at the base, right? We are not dealing with the language model. We're dealing with the chat model, which is fine-tuned, but we're kind of going against the fine-tuning, you know? Though it's not trained to use tools and kind of interact with stuff like that, right? It's trained to answer humans, and it likes to explain and those kind of things. It doesn't have that. The language model, on the other hand, you know, because it is also trained on things like command prompts and tutorials and things like that, it's a little bit more flexible. So you kind of have to like go into that area, right? Like through the fine tuning and into the depths, right, of its original training to get more into that command prompt style. And it will go into a more language model mode if you force it. And in the language model mode, it's not as smart, you know, as the chat model. So it needs examples.
Should we use a different model for that?
Possibly.
Because, well, as we can see here.
Yeah, it's showing you exactly what I'm saying, right? Like, but you don't necessarily have to. I mean, you could, but yeah. You can reach this with a couple of examples.
Is it like not giving it examples is the entire point of it. Like not giving it examples in here because I don't want to exhaust the context length.
Well, we don't need to give it a ton of examples. Like just one or two very short examples is usually good enough. And then once you know, like you could think of the examples as a rolling window too. Like once it's established and is actually working, you can actually get rid of the originals, right? And then just keep, like one or two or three examples of the latest interactions or something like that. Or at least that's what I'm structuring it for the browser tool, right? Like in the browser tool, there's the preamble, and then there's the examples, and then the outputs. So
yeah.
But, like we don't need to get stuck on the context thing. The calculator is a good first step, and we'll never need more context, I think. I mean, maybe if you go like, oh, then what's the square root of that, right? But okay, then let's just give it 2 chat windows, like up to 2, and then that should help. That covers like 90%.
I guess it has just too much fine-tuning to kind of go like I'm sorry in this case.
But at the same time, right? Like if it doesn't say no tool applicable and it doesn't use any other tool, assuming that it needs more context is completely valid. There is like nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I guess we need to do it that way then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it is something I've tried before, where if I don't see a tool being used, like raising the temperature or something, or then deciding we're done or something like that. Yeah, it's totally valid to do it that way.
Yeah, so it's time to start actually doing work and stop playing around.
It's so easy to play around with prompts.
It's fun. It's kind of it has a very quick turnaround time, right?
Yeah.
You just play with it. You get feedback immediately. Whether the answer you're getting is the thing that you're looking for. It's very flow-inducing.
Yeah.
Right. So let's see. What are the things that we need to do now? So let's see. Is anyone watching who's new, who hasn't heard me explain what we're doing it over and over again? Because we have like 9 people watching, and if you have no context for what we're doing here, it can be kind of boring, especially the next part. So just tell us in the chat if you're new, if you have no context on what we're talking about, and then we'll try to explain it. I'll give you like 15 seconds while I'm switching things up here. Let's see, on my local host. Let me and like as the first thing, I'd like to pick something up that has kind of a more complex thing here. Currently on my local host, I haven't really created any very... Oh yeah, this one's good. I kind of, in order to get into the flow of doing things, I'd like to fix that bug. Just because it has been bugging me.
As bugs are wont to do.
And while we're waiting for people, okay, Fariza is actually asking for a quick for a quick sync up on where we are. So let's give it a quick go. So to start at the beginning, we are working on Technologic, which is our UI for ChatGPT, or essentially for APIs that are like OpenAI's API. So where we can have a conversation with some kind of chatbot. Ideally, this should also work with the same setup for Open Assistant and like bots like that. And what we are working on is kind of the capability for tool use for those bots. So they are usable outside of OpenAI's ChatGPT plugin alpha, which, well, if you look at Twitter, it looks like everyone but you has access to it, but or everyone but me has access to it. But apparently it's not as widespread. So, well, I want to have access to something that can use tools in my chats, and I want to make that available to everyone else. And in the stream, we have so far worked out that in order to make that possible, we want to have like multiple agents be part of that chat. And we have a tool selector agent, which just gets the name of a tool and what the tool does. And then we have the tool user agent, which always has the same prompt, and then it gets like the information about the tool. And there we have examples on how to use the tool and everything. And the final goal is that we can define tools in the same way how we define backends, for example. So that means we can have, like, you can literally have your own tool definitions here. And with a little bit of JavaScript, like you have execute defined here. And you could have your own tool defined with a little bit of JavaScript where it then would call, like, execute with whatever parameter it has been given. And then that tool can do whatever. If it's if it wants to talk to a browsing API, it can do that. Stuff like that. So we have played through how this would unfold manually here. With the calculator tool, with an encyclopedia tool, and then how the output of that tool should be reintegrated into the context of the conversation where the original query comes from. And so far it appears to work pretty well. We found a few interesting points here. One of them is that we want that the output of the tool can be embedded into some kind of additional context that the tool gives to the original bot, or like to the original conversation, so that it can then do things appropriately. Like in this case, it cites the sources by providing the URL. or in this case, I mean, it's the same thing, but we have tried, like we have given it a little bit more to do things about it. So now the next step is that we actually need to implement that. And because there is something that has been bugging me for a while now, and you can see it here. Like, one of the nicer things about Technologic is that it gives you this graph view. But when you go very wide, it kind of becomes not very usable. And it doesn't matter how wide you make this, it kind of stays that way, and that's annoying. So I think solving that bug will be easy enough. So I want to start with that first to get into the flow of doing things here. So another thing, Technologic is open source, so you can go to GitHub, clone it, and play around with it all the way, like as much as you want. You can create issues if you find bugs, and yeah. Okay, so let's get into fixing this particular bug. So we're going to start at the layout, and it is in the conversation graph component. So the conversation graph component has two pieces. Well, the graph and kind of the preview of whatever thing is there. And the graph was supposed to grow and have a specific size. And probably because I made it.
Yeah, the graph is growing, but the thing that the graph is in isn't, right?
Something weird is happening. Like, can you see that? I'm typing and it's immediately removing it.
Yeah.
I have no idea why. Let me restart WebStorm and see whether that will fix it. It's like, nope, you have streamed for too long. No work for you. Still does that. Why?
Why is it doing? Do you happen to have? Does that happen with like Notepad or something?
No. Works just fine with Notepad. Do I have any? No? No light indicators on the keyboard? That is very weird. Like, delete works, enter doesn't. Undo works. Bring up the menu works. What is going on? And why?
Do you have an extension running?
I mean, I have plenty of extensions and plugins there.
Try disabling Copilot or something.
Yeah, that's the first thing that I did actually.
Oh.
Okay, apparently there is an update for the Svelte plugin. Let's see. Because I think I may have clicked on the update stuff button. So let's see. Yes. Okay. Stupid plugin. Right. Oh, maybe if they. Ooh. Amazing. They have finally fixed that bug.
Oh, sweet.
That's like one of the longest standing annoyances with WebStorm and Svelte was that it didn't properly find the lib folder when it's referenced like this, when the script is TypeScript. And they have finally fixed that. Amazing. Right. What was I doing? So let's have a graph width and a graph height. And I think that may be too small for anyone to actually see the code. So let's see. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Okay. Now, that didn't change anything. It only made it scroll better. We want this to have the same width and height. And we're putting that into the style element instead of using like Tailwind's fixed class thing, because that's changing a lot probably. And it's actually min width, I think, and min height that we want. Yeah. Nothing changed at all. Okay, let's see. If we...
You want it to like not scroll, right?
It's the dev server isn't running.
Oh, that might be important.
Yeah, maybe.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, didn't solve the problem, but it's better than...
Yeah,
not
that
having
thing
that
is
problem.
growing. The thing that it's in
Okay, so
does not.
why is this style not set here? Yes, I'm setting it right here. Even
It
if
is a
it's
weird
not...
color.
Yes, it is. Oh, is it maybe because I need to do something like that? I remember there being something in particular for style and Svelte.
Happens to be in React too. Doesn't
right.
seem to like that. It needs another break.
Yeah, it needs another set of braces. Still doesn't like it. Style, object, object. So maybe it is that way? That's different?
Inline styles. These Svelte tutorial. And it looks like a string. Yeah, it seems like it's just a string. You don't. Did it do anything?
Okay. Yeah, that kind of worked. I guess I need to give it a unit. Hey!
Yeah, cool.
Cool. Do I have any other kind of big-ish things? Yeah, that's probably the biggest one. Let me commit this and push it to bugfix. Sure. Fits. Because as I push that, it will become available on technologic.express AI, so that you can try it out for yourself.
Yeah.
And it will, like, oh, I think this one isn't that bad. This one is like all over the place.
Yeah.
So when it's deployed, that will be better.
Let me. I think I got a UPS for the Proxmox server, and I was testing it, and it shut down. So I think I need to restart our. I have to restart the thing.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So I got my little pet peeve bug fixed. Now I need to do this thing. Where would we even start with that? Like, what would be a good place to add this functionality?
I think we. So first thing is we could have a little checkbox whether to enable tools.
I would probably go with like hard coding it first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then, like,
and then, well, I was just going to say, yeah, if you just have the thing, then every message you send first goes to the tool thing, and then based off of the result, it at first does nothing and then responds with whatever it is. But we can, in the log or in the console log, we can see what tool it would have chosen. That would be a good first step.
Okay, so if we go with it that way, we go here, and in we do have regenerate and send message. Do we want it to reconsider using tools when it regenerates things? And should we have it consider using tools when it's continuing to answer a message?
Not for continue. Like when it's continuing, in 100% of the cases, I want it to continue doing the thing. Like I don't want it to look up more stuff and then do anything like that.
Okay, so only when we have a user message.
Yeah.
So would be somewhere here. Use tool. Okay, we are done.
I turn on Copilot and let's go.
To do use tool. Enable Copilot.
Cool. Now we're done.
So, a nice benefit of being an open source contributor is you get to use Copilot for free.
It's the least they can do. They stole our code to train it anyway.
So let's see. If meta down, message content is replace things.
Nice try. Let's keep going. I think it doesn't really understand what tool is, but
Yeah, it's like if meta down. It's
Why would meta be
entire
down?
thing.
Hmm.
Okay, so let's see. How would using a tool work here? Oh, interesting. Looks like Eduardo has just dropped. Oh no,
I'm
he's back.
just scratching my eyes.
Oh, okay.
Anyway,
Yeah, for some reason your camera just went blank.
I turned it off because nobody wants to see that.
Right. So we will literally go if use tool on message. If choose tool.
Yeah. If
const tool
equals
choose tool based on the message. If tool message tool equals tool.
Your tool.
Not quite. If tool.
I mean, it kind of responds no applicable tool, but
yeah, but that is something that we can
hard code,
like pick up in choose tool and return nothing or something.
Yeah.
If tool, then const tool output. Oh, yeah, we should probably await that and await. Ooh, that's actually not a bad way of dealing with that. It could literally produce the function to call.
Oh yeah. We have a little dictionary of the different tools. And you can like load it.
So we get a tool output message. And then we await get message backend tool model tool like we can do things like that in JavaScript. You can give a name to a function.
That's true.
I mean, it's all kinds of hacky, but
yeah. If the functions have names, they have other things too, which I've used before.
If we have our async use tool message function. We have our tools is a list of things.
Let's do the calculator.
The calculator. Yeah, this is what's annoying me about Copilot. It's kind of putting things in places where they don't belong.
Yeah, that's the thing I hate the most. Like, it kind of interferes with IntelliJ stuff. When it's right, it's nice, and then when it's wrong, it's very annoying because sometimes it's like wrong all the time. It's like no, you got it all wrong. It's not what I want to do. But it'll never right itself.
So we have an explanation, we have instructions, and we have output output context. Actually, this is JavaScript. I don't have to make those things strings. So let's take a look at our tool selector, because we also have the more text tool. And the Lookup tool. And the no applicable tool, like okay, so we have that. And our no applicable tool is something like that. We have the no-up tool, we have our calculator, and the more context tool that it doesn't want to use.
Yeah.
For like, there are no instructions. And output context on those two. Like, choosing one of those tools means just not using any tool. The calculator. Yes. Going to be quite a pain to put that in here, unless... Not great. Could be better.
Does TypeScript have multi-lines?
This is, I'm thinking, like, does it have multi-lines? Apparently it has that. With the format, the thing that does formatting, but it's a bit annoying on the code blocks. This TypeScript. I mean, I could have asked.
Why in the world? Like, everything is like doing that protected by Flare thing. It's asking to be a human with sit down. Yeah, you just use backticks, and that makes it multi-line strings. But you can also use a single, like, double quotation marks, and that works fine. Oh, no, you want to use backticks. I misunderstood. Backticks are for multi-line strings.
Yeah, so only backticks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to stay that way anyway. Like, we want to have a UI for that. You don't need to put anything on the output context here. One more context tool. That actually also doesn't do anything. So let's give it the encyclopedia tool too. Encyclopedia. Neat. And on the output context, we will ask it to do that. And on the instructions, we use this. Okay. So we have those things, and we said that we wanted to produce a function. So something somewhere isn't properly closed. I guess that. Let's hide this. Okay, so we have our tool built ready to go. And the next step is to well, choose the proper tool. So that means that we need to create our tool chooser. Which is this thing. So we have our base prompt. And that will contain this thing. Okay, and the first step is, I think, simple enough. We use Why did I turn this into a list in the first place? It's like everything is inside an object.
I don't think there's a reason.
Yeah, then it's going to be an object now. And we use objects keys, object keys on who's, and we map that into neat little strings, which are here, that's others. And we have used that, so we do have a small bar, and we made each of them a proper headline, and we have a new line, and then we have tools key explanation, and then we have another new line after that, and then we're going to join this with another 2 empty lines in between. That is the tool prompt. So our for prompt, yes, the base prompt plus the tool prompt. Now, our next thing is to use current backend send message. Backend send message, and it gets a history of messages. The first one is role system with our for prompt. The second one is the message that we've received. And all we're going to do is just console log the output for now to see where we are. So let's start a new conversation and use who is, what is Microsoft? And I expect this to crash actually.
I can't see because of my head.
Oh, let me move your head around.
No, but it does say. Well, now we're nice, close, friendly buddies.
Yeah.
Answer.
They even flip you so you look into the right direction again.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it does say that it would use the encyclopedia. I'm kind of surprised that it didn't fail. Oh, right, we don't return anything.
Yeah.
So this, it was like, yeah, no, they don't need to use any
undefined.
tools.
Yeah.
Great. So now, actually, I'm surprised that it gave me just encyclopedia because it's like think step by step and provides reasoning and everything. Let's change that. What is the integral of 3x cubed in the interval of minus pi to pi? It like not use, decide to not use the, or ask for things at all.
Mm-hmm. Because you're forking.
It's because of the way, because of the way where I've put it. Like I've changed the message.
Yeah.
And when I've just changed the message, like we are doing it in here. Whereas when I've just changed the message, this doesn't contain anything. So it doesn't consider using a tool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, we don't care about that. It's just looking at the message.
Yeah, answer calculator.
But why? Like, why doesn't it explain its thinking?
Something is different. Were we really using system before?
Must have. Let's actions. So we have that, and we have all of that, where it's also first provides step-by-step thinking, and so on and so on. Then it has all of those things, and the response is some tokens. Give me that. It's like, yeah, use the calculator. I mean, I guess it's fine.
I could use some examples. Sorry, I got something caught in my throat.
You know what? Just for that, I'm going to make it answer in Lisp. Okay, let's do this again. It's probably just going to tell me to F off, but okay, something. Did I? Yeah. Okay, so. I guess that's good for me. Like now it's doing that in this particular way, and that is something that is good enough for me to
You imagine it starts using list macros and stuff like that. It's probably be like, oh shit.
Yes, okay, so if I match it on that, like, I want to have this entire thing. Okay, so temp1 content match on that. If you have a REPL, you might still use it. And yes, perfect. So, and if our thing does not exist, this is okay. So let's start. Let's match. If match, then our select the tool is match 1. Okay, now we have our selected tool. Yes. If it's selected tool that we don't have, we're going to console warn selected tool not in list of tools. And we're going to give the entire response. And our tool is that. And we want to return tool function, which is, yeah, it gets a message. Is that actually it? No, name is already a thing.
Yes, a function has a name, but you can just define it by giving it a name. But anyway,
yeah, we're going to use.
This is there's name. What else was there in JavaScript functions? I remember using them.
Is it
for what?
instructions?
Can't remember.
Yes. Let me. Oh. So
Yes, functions also have a length. Remember that?
Then we return the result. We want that.
String.
We want to have the tool response content and the output context. Does that make sense? I mean, I have allowed Copilot to do too much at once, so I now need to actually read the code that it has produced. Okay, so if our selected tool is in the tools, then we select that tool and we create a tool function. The tool function gets a message, and then it will send a message to with the system instructions and the message from the user. And do we need to do that? Because at the point in time when this function is created, we already know the original message. Like, it doesn't need the message to be there. So then we send it the tool with the instruction and the query that the user gave us. And we return a message. And I think I've watched too much LTT, because what I want to say after message is from our sponsor.
Yes. Unfortunately, no sponsors right now.
Yeah.
Or all of this is sponsored by Express AI.
Exactly.
Buy our stuff.
Okay, I think that could actually work. So let's see. So I'm going to copy that message again and start the conversation. And we are waiting for things. It has, like, it's waiting for the very first answer, because it decided to be slow like that. Okay, let's look at what it first did. Our first question was tool selector. The response was yeah, he decided to F me because I said use Lisp. Okay, so let's adapt that. So we are not using this anymore. We're using that. It's not really good at putting out delimiters, so
yeah,
let's try that again.
They'll sometimes do it, sometimes not. You got to be
also
very lenient in what you accept.
So it has asked our thing, but we also did more. Okay, that the other things are the summarization. I shouldn't close this. Let me bring it up in a separate window. So we're posting that. The first thing that we're posting is tool selection. The response is use the calculator.
Yep.
I think that this probably matches too much.
Yeah, we need to put the period at it. Like, it did put a period at the end of that, so we could probably match on that.
Yeah, also tell it to
if it's just one
put
word,
a period there.
Yeah, I mean, if it's always just going to be one word, right, with hyphens inside, you can also be a little bit more specific there and just put like
what's a good
word
one?
Boundary.
Like \s.
That's white space.
There's like let's put that here. Attempt to match. Answer. Like so. That is interesting. It only matches on one thing if you do it that way.
Yeah, it's I'm gonna do it the first thing. So instead of this, instead of the S, you can put
yeah, the uppercase S is probably kinda close to what we want. Or we just use, you know,
A through Z
for whenever we don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the best way. No, look at the time. Right, so use that. Ask about the integral again. Bring this into view. Go. Probably have things up. Okay, let's see what. Like, I should have done that before. So and spans content. It's like F you, that's why.
Yeah.
Now that's why I wanted to make it output. Oh, I have an idea. That's that's the idea why I originally wanted it to output something like this, because it's easier to match.
Yeah.
You output your result as JSON, formatted according to the following TypeScript interface. Collection. String. Or wait, it's the other way around, right? Reason string to string. Yeah, that one is pointless. And we adapt this one. So only then you provide your actual answer as JSON. Formatted according to the following type of script interface. Let's see what it does.
Yeah, that's better.
It's
Does
JSON,
it do
only
both?
JSON, nothing else.
You know what you need. I'm not going to say it anymore.
No.
But if you had just
I'm gonna fight that power.
if you have one example, you're going to see how much better it is. It's going to do exactly what you said, or exactly what you showed.
It is on it. Okay. You moron! That imbecile.
Just try
I've
it
seen
once.
the.
You don't have to do it again. Just do it once, then you see it work, and then after that, you can make a decision whether or not the stance that you have makes any sense. Because I could be full of shit. Maybe I'm wrong, and not having.
I know that it needs examples because it's a like zero-shot learner. I just don't want it to be, so I'm trying to force it to be like I want it to be.
But you'll waste more tokens like trying to explain it. Like actually, in seriousness, you don't even need the explanation. Just have an example of each one, and it will probably do it. Like you can get rid of that entire tool interface tool selection, provide your answer. No, fuck that. You give it, this is the query, this is what you said, and it'll do it again.
Yeah, I'm going to be annoying on purpose now. Okay, let's see. Now, if that works, I'm going to explain what I've done. Yes! It works!
I'm not saying examples are the only way.
Yeah. It's probably going to break on the very next thing, but it works for that one thing.
Yes. Being right is what
and that's
matters.
actually not even such a bad idea, I think. So one very interesting thing there is I've seen a guy on Twitter the other day saying that he has built like an output conditioner for models that you run locally, so that it forces it into a correct JSON schema. Because like it's like I'm not even going to let you generate a token that is wrong, because I know what the next token is going to be, what it must be. and it's going to be this thing. Now you go do the rest.
Yeah, you can. It's something that you can't do with the chat, but something that you can do.
Can
I guess, yeah. If you
kinda
make assistant and then just give it the first couple of JSON characters, I guess it might continue.
Yeah, like you could maybe, but let's just go with this thing for now. Guess that's fine. So we are going to use I'm just going to match, and then you're going to use tool here. And let's give it base n. And ask it once again, maybe in a new conversation. Clear all of this. Also fun, because I've put it like there, it doesn't clean the message until it's done. So, undefined. Undefined is good. I mean, it's not the best, but it's
a start.
It's a start. Undefined is a start. It's something. So why did we get an undefined? We have that message. Have knowing that all of those So we had this completion, which ended up telling us what tool to use. And then it didn't use or something about calling that didn't work, right? Oh yeah. I've forgotten a wait here.
Don't you wish that wouldn't compile?
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, let's see. What do we get? Yeah. I mean, so what we are adding here, essentially as a system message, is the output of the tool using thing, where we would want to catch that particular command.
Yeah, and we also probably want to add output : as a stop word. Just to make our lives easier. It's an easy thing to add.
Let me quickly check things. Okay. Thought that maybe my wife was texting me.
Oh.
Guess it's kind of almost time to, wrap things up.
We can get it calculating.
Well, I don't have
in JavaScript
a Python thing, so our calculator needs to use JavaScript syntax.
Yeah.
And I don't like the way the example Like, I don't love the way how we're making it call things.
It needs more Lisp.
Does it? I think it needs more TypeScript.
Can it figure out that it needs to put JavaScript inside the Lisp? Ah, yes. That will work. And I'll probably do a good job escaping stuff.
Like, do we want that to be like that too?
Yeah.
Okay,
No reason
so
why. Like, remember, I think with the OG plugin thing, that's just passing the Open API spec just as it is.
yeah.
Not really doing anything to it, and it's able to manage.
Okay, so we get our tool response message. So what are we even looking for?
The backticks.
And we also haven't added like our tool usage instructions.
It has an example. That's all it needs. It's really good at pretending. Like that's the reason why.
Let's make it readable. Only then you provide your actual answer for yes. Listener for interface tool use. And I'm going to think step by step and provide a reasoning for what you think might be the best method to use. Like that. Arguments. You think that will work?
Possibly. I'll let it know what method to use.
That's in the instructions. So instead of, giving it that, I wonder whether we can go like that again and it will pick it up. I mean,
we know this works fine.
Not really hard to try.
Yeah.
So do it. Man, hope may I really get slow. like it gets into the evening around here. Still pending on the decision on what to do.
That's kind of crazy. Uses the integral.
Okay, so to use the calculator tool, we can input the following command, execute whatever, then we will output the result. So the tool use would be BAM.
It doesn't look like I mean,
it just assumes that our calculator knows how to
do that. Yeah.
Do that.
And if we had Wolfram Alpha, then yeah, we could. Or I mean, we don't. Yeah, we could then go like, you have access to Maple. What's the open source?
Octavi? No.
Yeah, Octave. Yeah, you have. Well,
Octave.
I mean that's like MATLAB, but
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it still uses like the context. It's like if I'm going to ask who is Eduardo Gonzalez.
I'm not on Wikipedia, so it may not work. And there's quite a few. It's not the most unique name.
So, tool selection. The user is asking for information about the person. The best tool for this query is encyclopedia. And
we don't have an encyclopedia, right?
I think the thing is that it was like the best tool to use is encyclopedia. It doesn't. Yeah, it did this tool selection thing once again. Yeah, there it is. Could not pass response from. I mean, I can remove that particular thing. But yeah, that's the annoying aspect of it. It's like sometimes it does proper JSON, sometimes it does this weird thing. Like they do it like that. Yeah, do it again. And now it can't do it because I thought it would output the thing. And now it just says tool selection. Oh, fine.
Yeah, just give it the JSON. Like you don't like double quote.
I mean, it's even if you give it the JSON, it's
it'll do the same thing. I think just do the JSON, then reason, and then like just double quotes. Tool name, double quotes.
like that?
Yeah, it will most likely do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't do, like, it does do that. It doesn't do the other one.
Wait, what did it output? I think were we expecting JSON?
What we expected it to do is to do like the thing that it did for the calculator. This.
This thing.
I mean,
There.
we can give it. What we're going to.
Yeah.
So if we do the JSON thing, yeah. Then we need to do things like that anyway.
Mm-hmm. I should get rid of the semicolon.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know. And then you still have the TypeScript thing at the top.
Oh, it's JSON.
I think we're missing the first bracket.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Then let's do this again. I'm surprised that there are still 6 people watching us. Okay, this is not bad.
Yeah.
Is there a simple like API for Wikipedia where we can get something?
I think there was. I think but
or we could
the calculator
just
is
do the
just
calculator.
easier. Yeah, the calculator is
Yeah.
easier.
So
I know
what
there's a Python
is
package.
3 plus 4 plus 5. It makes it think for a long time because we don't see the thinking process going, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, the thing that I'm giving it is simple enough, and I kind of also must figure out like the right output. What if I mean, we could go look for the JSON code block, or we could just look for a code block.
Yeah, that's kind of what I do. Like
find a code block that
you find a code block and then
contains JSON.
Yeah. And if there is no code block, then assume the entire thing is JSON. And then if that fails, go, yep, didn't work. Try again. One thing that
Okay.
in Baby AGI that it loves to do is like do multiple tools at once. So in the GPT agent toolkit, it's a little bit more complicated.
We will use tool response content. We're going to match it on
So triple back quotes. Then dot star triple back quotes. multi-line.
Like that. Let's see whether that will work. Probably have something. There. I'm looking for something with the response, right? So, global variable. Temp3 match. Backtick. We want that. It needs to be multi-line. Okay, so why does that not work?
I don't know, you should ask GPT.
It is there.
Figure it out.
And, I mean, it could have a... Let's give it. It could have a JSON in there. Now let's get that going first. I'm not going to ask that thing. And
the multi-line is inside, yeah, that's why. So
it has multi-lines inside?
Yeah, that's kind of why. So if you look at this sample code,
do you have a link for me, or are you going to share your screen?
I shared it in the Slack. So essentially, it's like triple backticks, and then the new line.
Oh, in Slack.
That's weird. And I could share my screen too. And let's do that because we can see the desktop app. Let me share screen, entire screen, screen 2. Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
So it's like the explanation kind of makes sense. We have one or more of these non-new line characters, and then match and capture those new line characters. Then do that global, and that's
usually
why it's inside.
So
we should have zoom.
Match.
Oh yeah.
Usually, like multi-line matching makes a dot match on new lines, right?
I think so.
Like I could make it match on that way instead of going like all the crazy ways that you just said. Okay, why doesn't that match though? I mean, this matches it, right? And that doesn't, for whatever reason. This does.
Put a new line right after the triple backticks. Like /r/n or /n.
Oh, we don't have that.
Is it one line?
It's followed by JSON.
Oh. And then there's a new one?
Let's why
I think it's trying to match that in one line, essentially, in all the lines, right?
So 3 copy string contents. Okay, JavaScript. I'm looking for this.
This tool's so good.
So, and then, oh wait, so I want to have multi-line. Do I need to have global enabled? No, it isn't.
No, we just want the first one. Although I'm not sure if global, if you have multiple lines, you might need global.
So let's drop global just so we have it as close to our thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it does match on that.
Yes.
But then
if you add global,
you
just do the first backtick.
Let's see if it's
no JavaScript one.
Okay. So if I add global, it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, just put the first 3.
If I only have the first 3, it matches. So
now add a new line there. Put like JSON and then new line, and then dot stuff, or dot plus.
This appears to do something.
But it matches the entire thing.
That? Yeah, that's easy to do. That's why I reflexively always put a question mark after a plus, so it isn't greedy.
Yeah.
So that appears to work. Because for whatever reason, in JavaScript, dot matches any character except line breaks, even in multi-line mode.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you can switch over to Perl compatible. Is it the same?
We may have JSON.
Yeah, may or may not. It sometimes does it, sometimes doesn't.
Yeah, we may or may not have that.
Yeah.
If we have it, we want to, have it. This is just for grouping, but the entire group thing is what we want to access. And how do named patterns work in JavaScript again, or named groups? Something.
Question.
Not every browser supports that. Okay.
But it's like an XML thing.
Okay, so we essentially just check. Well, if it's JSON, like, I guess we just take whatever the first thing is. And if it kind of fits our thing, then it's fine. So we can use it like that, so that we only have a single capturing group all the time. And with that, like that, I guess. Do we want the global? Yeah, the global just picks the first one.
Yeah. Since we only want the first one, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so we don't need to enable the global flag. Let's run this match again. Match. Then what? Yes, we. And that code is getting so ugly. So this parse match one. Okay, so we have that. We have our tool spec. Feels like now, like it should something that it actually does with the. So. I mean, in this case, it could literally like eval tool spec. Like that.
Yep.
And for the encyclopedia, we just have let's make that async. Just yeah. I see how my mind is collapsing.
You can experience it in real time.
Yeah. Experience it liquefying. So we have the tool spec. So now we can use tool dot exec tool spec, and that is going to be tool output. And only then, that's the only case where we actually return something. This is a system message with the tool output and the output context.
Yeah, we could say plugin used calculator.
We actually kind of do that, but we don't show it. Because
okay.
even here, right, if we go on edit and mark that as assistant, then you can see that it's using calculator tool.
Oh, okay.
That when it's a system message, we didn't show that yet.
I see.
Okay, so let's try that again. And we are putting that in the wrong order. Because it should be, I guess, like that. Okay, so what is 1 plus Let's
Nice.
bring this back. If it answers nice, then we know that it's looking at too many me's.
Yeah.
Okay, cannot respond the fast response from tool.
Argument 3 plus 4 plus 5.
Interesting. None is not of type object. Messages 1. What have we sent it? Oh, a null. So it actually did like the thing. But it ended up returning
was
null here.
Did we forget?
Because it could not parse. Yeah. So if tool output message, because it may have no output message. Okay, so okay, did I break something? Okay, let's see. I mean, having that proof of concept so what did it not like? It this cheeky little ass. So yeah, it puts like the first thing there, like its reasoning into a code block. And then here's the former Sunset JSON. Like, that would have totally worked.
Yeah. We could check the JSON tag.
It could check, like it could go through multiple things. If we do if we do make it global, let's do it here.
It's amazing how it sometimes like does exactly
it always
the thing.
finds new ways how to mess you up.
And my StreamYard is also getting all messed up again. Let me come back.
Sure.
That didn't help too much. Good.
So if we have this, okay, it always gives us an iterator. I actually never used like the match all thing. Okay, good. Match.
Yeah, one
Just
interesting
three
thing
matches.
is when dealing with this stuff, I kind of often go like, Perl might be good for AI.
Yeah. So when I match all, I get a regex string iterator. So can I use it in A4? Like for off? Yeah, that I guess looks reasonable. Yeah. So like that. Oh, come on. Have I forgotten to add the G here? And try again.
Hopefully I sound okay.
Yeah, you sound totally fine for me. Object promise. Almost there.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it says also that it could not pass the response from the tool. It doesn't tell us.
Async.
Yeah. Yeah. And that is async. Yeah, they made those things async too. Interesting that it still kind of tells me that it could not pass. Oh yeah, no, it totally makes sense because the first thing that it tried to pass didn't work. Okay, so once again, this. Okay, let's give it something a little bit harder to do. Really want to make it see things. Makes sense. Does JavaScript have format strings?
No.
Because it would be nice if we could make the output context be a format string. Okay, let me. As JavaScript works. Funny thing is that no tries to do. Oh, give me a second. I've got someone at the door.
Okay. And this.
My wife is already home. We should be, kind of wrapping up the stream.
Yeah, it's about time to wrap things up. And we do have it calculating, I guess.
Yeah. I think if we make it like text tool output, and then our tool instruction can be output context is this is the output the calculation. So now
I think my browser is dying.
Do something like this. I have no idea. That's probably a bit too high. Okay. Like large numbers are always a problem for ChatGPT. So let's see whether its output will be any more useful now. Okay, let's double check that. I cannot check that in my head. So, speed crunch.
There we go.
8907. Let's just remove that from it. Yes. So, cool. We have our first tool working here. Originally, we wanted to have the encyclopedia working, using that with Vector, but I think having the calculator working is good enough. We are going to get the encyclopedia working within the next days, and kind of figure out how to do this without, blowing things up. Let me bring back my nice and pretty face here. So, yeah, we are going to have the additional functionality soon. I'll have to spend a little time thinking about how this could be integrated in a neater way instead of the way that we hacked it into this. But we have shown that it works both for the encyclopedia as well as for the calculator, which is great. That means now it's not just a question of whether it's possible anymore. It is actually a question of like spending a few more hours in polishing it. So that's pretty cool. And I think I'm allowing people to drop some JavaScript into their custom tools. I mean, it's fine. It's running.
That would be pretty
system.
cool.
It's not like they're sharing that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think keep an eye out on any announcements in that direction, because I think we're going to be announcing that pretty soon. And I think then there is like a really compelling case for using Technologic for a lot of people. And I think on that bombshell, let's end the stream.
Yeah.
I will not be around next time this week, because I'm going to be giving a talk at the JAX conference here in Germany on essentially this very topic. I'm going to be talking about making conversational AI more trustworthy. And my method of choice for doing that is giving it a knowledge base that we trust. So yeah, I guess next time this week it's going to be Eduardo's turn to entertain all of you. So
Yeah.
there's that.
Yeah.
So thank
See
you
guys
everyone
next
for
week.
watching. We've had a lot of people around this time, and see you. Well, for me it's going to be in 2 weeks. Eduardo will see you next week.
Yeah.
See you then. Bye.
See you, everyone. Bye.